वो इमेज थोड़ा ऐसा बना
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It is my privilege to welcome you all to day 3 of our GIAN course, hosted by the Department of English, Aligarh Muslim University. We are honored by your presence, continued presence, and enthusiastic participation. Let us begin today with a thought that sets the tone for growth, self-realization, and vision. A verse by Allama Iqbal that खुदी को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर से पहले खुदा बंदे से खुद पूछे बता तेरी रजा क्या है. Raise your selfhood to such heights that even destiny must pause, and God himself asks, what is it that you desire?
Thank you, Mr. Faraz Hassan, for that thoughtful introduction. Carrying forward the spirit of that verse, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our speaker for today, Professor Ylva Lindberg, from Jönköping University, Sweden. Professor Lindberg is a distinguished scholar in the field of language and literature education, with a remarkable body of work on digital pedagogy, cultural literacy, and teacher training. Her interdisciplinary approach and international perspective have been invaluable to this course. Today, her session will run from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., where she will be speaking on themes such as innovation in educational everyday life through futures literacy and the intersection of language and literature in education in Sweden and India. She will then guide us through a World Cafe exercise, dividing us into small groups for rotating discussions. And she will explain the format in detail shortly. We are grateful to have her with us, and we now invite Professor Ylva Lindberg to begin her session. Over to you now.
Well, just to clarify a bit, this session will be a collaborative session, so we will work together, and it will build on what I was speaking about yesterday. So it is very important that we do this together, but I can see that we are not so many here today, so we need to count the heads a little bit, and I will introduce you afterwards to the World Cafe pedagogy. So how many are we? Who is volunteer for counting how many students that are present now, because this will be important for what is to come. 16? Okay. 20. I need the exact amount. So please, okay, I count myself. And 6. 20, exactly. Well, yes, and there will be more. Yes. So we will, the others, they will create their own groups.
We want some type of arrangement.
Yes, we need some type of arrangement, and I will show you next slide. So here, normally you should be able to go on WorldClap again and you have the code for today, and it's Ylva, day 3. And when you go there, you go into student pace, and you will see 10 questions. 10 questions. So each of these questions will form one group, depending on how many people we have. So for example, if we are 20 people here now, we should start with the 5 first questions, so that we will be 5 people in each group. I think that will be more or less fine.
They can sit in one row.
I think, I mean, yeah, if you think that you can discuss in that way, why not? But you need to self-organize so that you create a group with 5 people, no more. So you can begin there. The ideal thing is that we rearranged everything or a little bit, so that you can create small groups and actually discuss face to face together with one another. It's much better if you can sit a little bit more in a circle, because the idea is that you are going to discuss together. And when you have found your self-organization, we have like 4 groups now. One, two, three, 4 groups, right? We can have it. Yeah, we have that. We have 5 groups. So then we need to, there are 5 people, 5 people over there. 5 groups. Yes. And there will be people. That's good. Okay. Perfect. So then we can proceed. So now, before we discuss the questions for today, I will just tell you how it will work. So now we have 5 groups, and in each group, you need to assign a president or a secretary. That will be the one person who will not move during this session. This person will stay in the same group all the time. And this person will also be the one who will write down on the Woo Club board the answers to the questions and discuss or try to formulate your discussions of core issues that are brought up in your discussion. Okay? So, and the other ones, you will change groups. Okay? So I will give you like 15 or perhaps even 20 minutes, depending on the discussions, so that you stay with one group for that time. And then I will ask everyone to stand up, except for the presidents, and you will change group. And you can change to any group. I don't care, as far as you don't visit one group that you already have been in before. So that's it. And the idea with this is that through this circulation of people, we will start a discussion around 5 questions here, and they will evolve depending on who is participating in the World Cafe group. Okay? So when the new group arrives to, for example, group 2, and the president is staying there, the president needs to summarize a little bit what happened in the discussion before, so that the people arriving understand where they will start the discussion, so that we will not repeat ourselves. We will deepen what is happening here today. Okay? So now the presentation said that I was going to speak about Indian literature and Swedish literature and intersections and all that. And I think that I did that yesterday to some extent. But this is a way to create an interaction regarding language and literature in Sweden and in India, and also what is important around these issues. So that's why, if we go back to the former slide, I have it myself. So the literary canon and literature and language pedagogy, this is the topic, but the focus is literary canon. What is the literary canon? Why is this important? And how can we work with the literary canon so that it actually benefit what we see for language and literature pedagogy for the future? Maybe there are things that are not working so well. Maybe there are problems that you would like to address. So I'm so interested in this because this concerns my research project about this issue that I'm conducting right now in Sweden. So having your input will mean that I can talk about what is happening here in India when I come back to Sweden. So it's very important in order to create exchange and cultural exchanges. So now we will move to the questions on Woo Club. Do we still have 5 groups, or should we create a 6th group? What do you say? Maybe we can have 6 groups. It would be great if we can have 6 groups. We are 6 now. Yes. Perfect. So, on Woo Club, you have these questions. So, I read your answers to the questions on Woo Club from yesterday. And it was really, it's so interesting to hear about your thoughts. However, from my point of view, they were a little bit general, your answers. So today, I would like more precise answers, more elaborated, and also where you can actually problematize these questions. I think we wait a little until everybody gets settled. Yeah. 2 minutes, yes. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. I go on?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So the first question, have you experienced a school literary canon in your education or as a teacher? That question is very precise. All these questions, they are related. So you need to distinguish what you speak about in the different groups. So this first question, your experiences of a literary canon in your education, your own education, or as a teacher, as a practicing teacher, depending on, because I know that you have different backgrounds and have different profiles in this group. So this is the first question. And I would like to assign that question to this first group. Will that be okay? So you lead that group. Yes.
I request all of you to listen to the instructions. Okay? Don't talk among yourself, you're in the group. First listen to the instructions and then you do. Okay, so stop talking.
Yeah.
Listen to her.
Yes, we need
Listen to the
to,
instruction and then do whatever she suggests.
because each group we speak about one specific questions, but these questions are related. Okay. So that was the first question, and you have it. And then we have question number 2. And question number 2 is closely related to question number 5. So I suggest that group number 2, can you see that I point at you here? Group number 2, you will be responsible for 2 questions, but they are slightly alike, they are overlapping. So you can use both of these questions to elaborate your discussion. And it's about discuss and problematize the Indian literary canon, which works. Here it's very important. I need to know what kind of works should be in the literary canon from your point of view, and which languages and etc. regions, I don't know. And the 5th question is, does India have a national literary canon? And what is its history in that case? And which works are included? So you see that they are overlapping, okay? So that's group number 2. And then we go to group number 3. Why is the literary canon important? This is a challenging question. What are the purposes for a literary canon? How can it serve? And what are the dilemmas with a national literary canon? Okay. Group number 3. Group number 4. Yesterday we were speaking about transnational literature. So how can you discuss the national literary canon in India or literature in India from a transnational perspective, as we discussed it yesterday? So that is group number 4 over there. Are you okay? Yes, yes, you. Great. And then we go to question number 6. And now we have group number 5 in that corner. Yes. And that is, who decides about a national literary canon? How does a national literary canon come about? And this is so important. Right now in Sweden, we have a huge debate on the Swedish national literary canon. And there are many different actors involved in these debates. Perhaps you have seen these debates even here in India. Perhaps the literary canon is discussed somewhere, somehow. Please tell me about it. Write it down. So that's group number 5. And now we go to group number 6 here. And that is question number 7. No. Since we are not so many people, we will jump that question. I would like you to discuss your best reading experiences. Which works Why did you find it important? And why did you appreciate that reading? So that will be like a literary conversation, right? So the works and the authors are very important, that they come afore in this discussion. Yes, I think we need to stop there. The rest of the questions, well, if you have ideas, you can always answer them and I will look at them. But these are the 6 questions that we can take into account here right now. So, is there any questions? No, we have a new group here.
Yeah.
Wow, then we can have a new question for you.
There are 8 groups.
There are 8 groups now, so we have 2 more questions. Yeah, great. And here we go. So we have question number 7 to group number 7. And that is, what does a teacher need to know about literature and what do they need to do to help students become readers and so on? That is fine. And group number 8. No, we have that is, it's not discussed. It's what do you know about the students' reading practices? What do you know about young people, what they read, how they read, when they read, for what purposes they read? Okay. And why is that important for education? So everyone has got a question now, and now you have to assign a president that will stay in the group. So if you don't have any questions, everything is super clear to you. Okay, let's go. I leave you now and I will stop in 10-15 minutes.
First question you are using about does it refer to the lower education or it's
So as far as it comes on the roof that we have discussed this, so that the next that's not so that then actually what are that? What things you manage to get it understood. You have to ask the question. Can you please open the Google app? No, where is it? The okay.
What day you
And we have also had a separate we are going They are not exactly the same as together. As in the past, that is for
I think that now the president needs to write down or summarize on book club and try to be as precise as possible so that you really represent your group and what has been said in each group.
Or access to various But that's not those are exactly but divided by the other excel it's large by एक किस चीज का किस चीज का ज्यादा that's also exercise के
Okay. Are you ready to switch groups? You're ready? Everyone's ready to switch groups? Yeah? Question? Okay, but a couple of minutes, of course. But now we have to stop. So the president is responsible for what has been said in each group now, and keeps tight to his or her own group. And the rest of you raise and go to the group that you want to be in, but only 5 people in each group. So it's up to you where you want to go. Is it clear? When you're ready.
Because already and it's like it's not kind of and find some like that how the reading practice is like even if I'm having classroom there if I see the textbook so many videos so many texts over there like required some growth. Yeah, that's right. So yeah. I think it's difficult to have a track of it, and as a result, what we do is here on it's like, even if your semester is over, and you're supposed to do some economics, I can talk about my group. So we were on about 150 students in class, and I can say with math that like not like 15 students would have grades. And the debate together is which can not have a plan. And secondly, like the back of motivation. Third thing is do not relatively in the Western world, a lot of emphasis is there on every day. We do not have every day in practice. We don't find it necessary. Like we tend to be smart in that. I think you should do that.
Okay, everyone. It seems like we have to clarify some things here. We have one president in one group, taking care of all the answers, staying with the group all the time. And when we change groups, this person will summarize what the discussion was about in the previous group. So the idea is that we slowly and progressively add the information on the WooClap in this way. And it's only 5 persons in each group. So 5 persons is the limit. So when 5 persons has joined one group, the door is closed, okay? So you understand that too. Are you ready to switch group now?
Yes.
Okay, so you go to a group that you have not visited yet.
So the reading habit, especially and how not getting track. Like you don't have real India is in the middle. So what are the challenges? Yes. Getting back. You have to move it back.
Well, are you ready to attack the next question now? I would just like to tell you that you do not need to stick with your friends. You can mix, that's the idea, so that you get the opportunity to speak to people that you normally perhaps not speak to, right? But that is for the next round. So I leave you for 10 minutes now, approximately, with your third question. Go ahead.
If we talk about
exams, that's it. Reading and everything is not being taught. There is no they can't really assess how they are the text is reading it, the listening, understanding their example. So they are having listening the and in secondary classes, they are either or they are dependent entirely on what is being done with the it's not about every and why is the papers and the examinations search is entirely there is surveys are also criticized.
So we should in my view, because I think that's why I have written like common okay, like Still, they are not satisfied with the online answer. So there's no, like, sometimes working back breaks also like this. Yeah, online. Okay, so in this discussion, what are you for that? What is
What we need to encourage our students to is that is the element that is
in the upcoming year, like in the upcoming year,
Sorry to interrupt you. I almost don't want to interrupt you because now I see that you begin to really be in the discussion. It's lovely. To add to the complexity of this exercise, I understood that it's not possible to post your answer more than once on WooClap. A president over there draw the attention to this slight problem. But if you already have posted your answer, you can ask someone in the group to post the next round of answers, okay? So you'll manage, I'm sure. So now you can wrap up and we will change groups once again and try not to stick to your best friends. It doesn't matter to which group you go as long as you have not been there before.
Now I'm looking for you to apparently this thing. There is no time. Is that? Can you tell me that whenever the group is coming, and this is like I'm asking the question, so the group need to post or
No, you will post once.
once?
Yes, once. And you will try, so you need to take notes of everything.
Okay.
And then you summarize and you put it on WhatsApp. Once. Will you manage?
Like in that end, I have to summarize
Yes.
and then post it.
Yes, and then post it under your question.
Point and I will wait like we are not online, everything is online access. And that's like for I think you have to get and we are we must check the historicity of that material. And this is one of the most important part that the government should do. We not supposed to do any, we not supposed to start marketing or testing any material. Like, we can restrict it, we have also like, I don't know, this is around that, that's what this one, the trade was, like, huge, the trade one. So that but we have to actually but I think that sometimes what that might not be the answer. But the biggest question is that the thing that they're looking at. So there are some things they are coming and that let's see so we only see the people that maybe they are considered because people are very much attracted somehow traditional let's say I think maybe 10 years back traditional literature anything that is into this time in translation that is very common but point of science if we see the translating like any like even Arabic, when you're translating from Quran, you have your own interpretation and what like even if it is for language. Has one of basic ideas that
Maybe I lost connection. It's not necessarily
So next is math. Well, here in the entire system by having only personality like puzzler and I mean, people who are at the higher class, we are very good at low class. They're suffering. I also remember there's everybody in this context, in this like ideologically we are separated from all these things now. Literature wise also authenticity is a concern. Language also, especially in language.
Are you ready to change? Once again, we had a little bit of a technical problem. So you must remember that we can only post one answer each to the questions. And I didn't know about this. So if you want to add something to your questions, please ask a friend to add that. Okay? So now we change groups once again. And remember that we try to keep around 5 persons in each group. Otherwise, it will be impossible to listen to everyone. And please mix. And maybe you need to drink some water in between. Do that. Or go to the restroom.
Accept president, accept president, and join them. Those who are six in number. Those who are having 6 can transfer. Yeah. But he's already he's my friend. Yeah, we are fine. In the portion of I said what does the teacher need to know? No. What do we know about the students reading practice?
For me as a teacher, I find that it's very much problematic because so in the beginning of the course, it is good. Let's take it and find a suitable one. But if this process continues, and
I agree with you, but I think that I think we have on the level after something in the digital reality is the GIAN or after post-COVID. But somehow we have to know about that after the post-COVID and the digital reality, digital platforms now providing much accessibility to the students that earlier, like they are having this like a study of time, like we are going to find customers and citing for and here and now this one there's still things like it's carrying the words. Carrying the whole world and the main point is what the country citing or it's great to get the content that's and like apprentices for the life. And the teacher will have a lot of have to focus that whatever material they are providing for so it is like a continuing thing. So like to learn more widely and think broad on that side. So what kind of perception of like they are virtual learning. Everything are virtual learning. So what's that? That's going on in upcoming as I see myself as in my point of view that somehow upcoming years nobody is going to go to book. I mean, that it should be completely content should be like both side on these things should be and because if we are using YouTube, there is a people not going to know the whole, they will take some time to go through short caption and understand what the content of the what to be on and what. What are the points you have you have to post it. You ask after my question. The first question I want to write that what you know about the sequence practices of where and where. And what is the of this? This is very
We have an experience when we are experience of the book is different in when we are doing different kinds of
tax on in our syllabus, in our curriculum, it must be having a good online access to be able to navigate blogs, YouTube, games, then we write any nobody is but in my point of view, according to you, I separate I mentioned this that I think that there should be some balancing that learners activity.
That's my point.
You have to be called the wild of
words, the words of words. You can also
because in rural areas, somehow they are make of would say make of if they are not having much access, they are having a make of money also they not buy gadgets. The student learners are not that much sensitive that so much accessibility, creativity and all. So only urban students, it's not only India, but we can talk about recently many concepts of India areas are good. And those level think accessibility. Somehow are suffering from addiction. Like those who are migrant, those who are working, for them, are not having that much tablets, that much resources access. Do you agree with what I have said? You have to become something that we have to see if the solution which are the solutions that we feel
Okay. So we are close to the, I think that, have you been to all the questions? I don't think so. We need to do 2 more rounds. And the presidents, I assure you, when I have gathered all the answers, I will share this with the whole group, all the course members, okay? So that even the presidents, they will have access to what has been going on in the other groups. But now we will have the second last, we'll have 2 more rounds, okay? So go to the group that you have not been, just start discussing.
Such program is like how that first it's very important that the happiness is not by choice. 100% of it. Somehow, I hear there's some other points like some. I said that one or the other I think this is pretty clear that an activity is they have to and what should they are that they are able to act. Where and moving to it's a question of Okay. It's kind of some balancing point of something also have last like I think yeah, I agree. Like it's still many it's they want to be assistant and somebody simply want to work on at one time. Like, okay, I know about the GIAN program. Certain time we have the money I think they are at the name of so and then the connections or like you can have they have become more skill. So curriculum is as per the time whatever they are whatever they are the classroom, I think they are going like as they are now but this is somehow there is a reading. But after here, with the gathers. Okay, that's something I think somehow they are making We have I think after which after maybe having a smart
Dear all, I will interrupt you for the last time. I have been listening to you, and it's really interesting, all the discussions that are going on here. And I hope that you are ready for the last round. I don't think that we have the possibility to visit perhaps all the 8 questions, and definitely not all the 10 questions on Woo Club. But I encourage you to individually also answer the questions. What is important here is that we can share works, authors, practices with each other and with me. I learned so much from you. So please stand up for the last time and go to the question that you have not discussed yet. Okay, I tell them. Okay, we do like this, 10 minutes more. This is the last round. And then we have tea for 15 minutes, okay? And after that, you can ask me anything, almost. I will try.
And what we are going to discuss we have to be like all our virtual right now. All our academic courses are and I'm doing a slow on like platforms, like blogs, and okay, so it's good that we are using various online platforms for reading perspective also and other which all these things we are using. So and the one after we started, so we are using yes, that's right. The first one is digital use. Like we are liking that platform and first read your face and come with some good ideas. I actually that it's a good point if it's carried forward. But in as we are what we are seeing and after also we like introduction of reality and especially
Present studying future. The students of future, maybe in more than 1,000 years. That's why the students taught by they have it somehow creates no matter what it becomes the book is about just what is your drawing room at the kind there are all these sides of this virtual. What we are doing right now, we are taking a GIAN course, and this GIAN course is implemented by other courses. The more the benefits, yeah, that.
Okay, thank you so much for your contributions. This has been so valuable, and I trust the president to post what they have gathered during these discussions, and you can also post individual answers. So now you have tea, and after that, I will be here in the room and answer your questions.
Outside now, if you go there, have a
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
It's on. Yeah. Okay. Welcome back. So now it's time for, I don't know, speak here, it's better. So, I hope that you have had some tea and that you're back with your questions. And I'm open. But as I said yesterday, so what I'm working with the most is supervising theses and PhD, doctoral theses and dissertation. So that's my main work. So research. That is what I know, but I'm open to discuss questions that you are interested in. So feel free to ask a question. Yeah?
So, my question
The
is,
microphone.
it's loud enough to the audible. Am I?
Yeah, but it's so nice to have you, so everyone really hears.
For us, you have to take care of these things. Sadia, stay alert.
So my question is about the youth of South Asia or Indian subcontinent
Yeah.
who are looking for some kind of emancipation from the reality, the contemporary problems, and they are always looking for fantasy or literature, whether it is visual literature or something that they read that talks about a different world, that talks about large life thing. Do you think it's a global trend or is just happening in this part of the world? And if it is different, why do you think it's different here? And I mean, is it good or as a teacher or the educationist, should we let it happen or we should ponder and do something about it?
What an interesting question. From my point of view, this is not a South Asian phenomenon. World building and fantasy worlds, they are all over the globe, I would say. And from my point of view, I have been studying manga and Japanese culture and literature. Actually, I'm on the board of Stockholm Media Art Japan. It's a book series focusing on this particular genre. And from my point of view, we need this too. Exactly as we need documentaries, docufictions, or whatever you call them. And these are different genres more than anything else. But what I find interesting, yesterday I was speaking about the circulation of literature. And when we look at Japan and the Asian region, and now I speak about Korea, Philippines, and the areas around Japan, we can see that the manga culture and graphic novels, comics, this is a way of telling stories that have expanded enormously during the last decades. And I find this so interesting from one particular point of view, and that is when we speak about hegemonical centers of literary circulation, because until now, the main centers for circulations that have been the US, UK together, and then also when it comes to comics, the French-Belgian acts. And now we have an Asian center that is growing tremendously. And I would say that that is the hegemony of visual storytelling. It is happening there. So this is a way to shift what is dominant and what is dominated. So it's a good thing. I encourage all ways of storytelling. But what we have been discussing, and when I have been listening to you, there has also been a conflict between how to read stories. Can we say that we read when we view a story or listen to a story? What is reading, actually? So I suppose that is the main problem. What texts are we legitimizing within school? And what are the young people reading today? What kind of stories are they imbued with? Well, that's a sort of answer to your question. Are you satisfied?
Yes. Are different layers of the question that we might discuss later on too? So that others also can.
Yes, of course. But I know that you are working with your dissertations, with your PhD, with your doctoral thesis. So please, if you have questions regarding your specific topic or ways of approaching your topic, don't hesitate to ask me. I'm only here now.
From the participants.
Okay, if you don't have questions because we have 30 minutes, then I suggest that we do as we did before tea. So we will not change the room once again, that is too much work, but you will start to discuss with your neighbor so that you will share one question with your neighbor. And then we will see if something happens. So I give you 5 minutes to discuss a question that you would like to ask me, okay?
This literature pages.
Perhaps now? Are you ready?
Some teacher.
Okay.
Good evening. So we got this question, what does a teacher need to know about literature? And what do they need to do to help students become readers and understand the value of reading? This is the question that we are discussing.
Yes.
And we got some points like, in order as a teacher, if I'm teaching a literary text literature, I need to identify first the genre. Whether it's a poem or a drama or fiction, then I have to identify elements. Also, I need to work on the learner's background, whether they are beginners, advanced, intermediate, because of the interpretation of the literature. Then also about the time or period in which the literature has been written. That will come under this first question. And there is another second question too, like how to make students become better.
Yeah.
So for that, I guess reading, asking them to read the text, simplifying the vocabulary, possible, difficult words, not in poem but in other literary texts. That will be possibility. So that is what we are discussing.
Yes.
And now I need to be sure.
Do you want me to comment on this? Yes, and to develop and perhaps give my point of view. That is what I just wanted to come back to the previous question regarding the geopolitical situation, and I really don't think that fantasy and world building is something that is done particularly in crisis and geopolitical crisis. They have always been there, because I've been working with science fiction for such a long time, and we are human beings, and we really need to imagine things. And the last day when I'm here, we will imagine things together. So I will just prepare you for that, and we will speak more about that tomorrow. Regarding reading and how you come to be a reader, I can just tell you about some studies that have been done recently now in Sweden. And it is, we try to, it's not enough to tell the students to go home, read it, do this, do that. We need to be innovative in order to bring students to reading. So what has been done is actually, and this is a Danish colleague of mine, she has worked with students between 13 and 15 years old. And she has brought her students to different places. So they have read certain texts in different places. So for example, I know that there is one person here doing a topic about literature in prison. So she brought her students to this kind of building. And the students read a particular text there. Not in the prison itself, but in the environment of the prison. So this is also a way to bring in context, to embody the reading and the literature. I think that today, with the generations that we face today in the classroom, we need to work a lot with this kind of embodiment. How can we engage the students in innovative ways? Another example is actually a recent study that I saw it yesterday, it got published yesterday. And in this group, they work with literature, not in a way, you know, often as teachers, we ask questions and we expect kind of a simple answer. But today, with all these tools that we have around us, that is not possible anymore. That is not learning. It's too instrumental. So what they did in this group was to actually go into the interpretation, into difficult texts with young learners. And of course, they ask questions. I don't understand this. No. And the teacher could say, well, really, I cannot say that I understand it fully neither, but let us stay with this question. Let us stay with it and discuss it from different angles together. And then you are in the text with the students. So that is also one way, among the recent studies that I have seen around me. And what I do with world literature is always I tell my students that you need to make the bed so that the student can lie down comfortably. And when you approach these, let us say, strange literature from far away with a strange language, complicated language, a completely different context, you need to create a world, perhaps, to prepare students to go in there, open the door for them before you start to read together. So it's not only about time periods, it's about so much more, about the context and the links to other texts, perhaps, that they know about. So that's also a question of knowing your students, knowing your pupils. What have they read? How can we make connections? Yeah.
So what you said that merely giving instruction is not enough.
No, I don't think it's enough, because you will take, yes, no. The students, they will just take the easy way out because we are humans, right?
But some days before, I saw a video, and it was from a woman that she was from 7 and she was talking about the educational system and how it works. And she was saying that nowadays the parents in Sweden they are stopping their children to use screen and limit their screen time with phones and everything, this technology. But she was saying when these little kids, they go to schools and these educational institutes, the teachers, they start using these technological devices there, for example, computers and everything there that has this screen, and the teachers are now making the use and of these screens, and students get used to it, and that becomes a problem for parents to stop their children with respect to this screen time.
Yeah.
Will we see this?
It's a very, yes. It's, yes.
She was looking for a PhD topic that I knew, because two of the children, their family, they are suffering a lot because of exposure to screen, mobile exposure. So that is their jobs. So they are suffering. So they are doing that.
Yes. Oh, this. Well, I have very strong opinions regarding this issue, and I will speak to you more about that tomorrow. But let us say like this: in Sweden, we have been really, really fast in developing educational technologies in schools. And it has been for the good and for the bad. And I agree that it is problematic when we see that pupils, students, they have difficulties in concentrating because they have been too exposed to this digital world and how the digital world functions, where you can switch from one thing to another in 1 minute. And of course, this is one thing, but we must also remember, what is school about? School is about culturally empowering the students, right? What will they meet in society when they become adult? What do you see before you? Well, I can speak for you, but I can speak for myself. And I see an extremely digitalized world where we need to know what we are doing. And if we as teachers cannot be there with the students and guide them in this, it is extremely problematic. So in Sweden right now, we are banning screens. So we're going back to books. And this is political. Indeed, it's not based in the research that we have done for so many years, showing very clearly that if we have good pedagogical design, we have nothing to worry about if we know what we are doing as teachers. And from my point of view, we really need to have a lot of technology in school, but not in any way. We must think through what we are doing with technology, and also ethical perspectives, and how and try to guide the students in this very complex world. But I also think that we need to have these situations where we focus on one thing, and I think we can do that while being on internet sometimes, and sometimes in books, or maybe using audio text. In Sweden, this is a huge debate right now, whether we can use audiobooks in schools. I don't know for you, but my teacher students, they come to me and they ask me, "Ma'am, can I read this book by listening to it?" What do you think that I say? No, you can't. No, I don't. I say, yes, please do that. But then I want you to have a journal, a logbook, where you write down how you have listened to this book, so that I can learn what actually are the benefits from listening to a book. Because there are pros and cons. And we know that in schools, maybe this is the only way to bring a child, an adolescent, to reading, to give them a book to listen to. Then we have gained something. So it's about your judgment. Your judgment as teachers, that is so important.
And there is a problem with retention of time, because you don't take notes. You are listening. So you are just listening. You are doing something else and you are listening.
Well, this is not necessarily like that. It depends. Actually, we are doing a study now on listening to books. So I have a PhD project about it. But this is a very common idea, that when we listen to books, we don't retain so well as when we read. But what we have seen in this pilot study is more that you remember things differently than when you read it in text. But it's not necessarily that you remember less, but other things. And you read the book differently. And nowadays, with the audio, the streaming services, we are in Sweden, the audiobooks was developed from Spotify. So it came really early into Sweden, and it's expanding enormously. But what we can see now is that you also can have the text while listening. So this is also in development. And it's also very important who is reading this text for you.
Ah, that's important.
And we do not discuss that sufficiently. And now in Sweden, it's a huge debate because the AI voices are coming into play. And do we want an AI voice to read our text?
Because the way you read, it changes meaning.
Completely. You're so completely right. The way we read changes the meaning. And that is why we need to discuss what reading is today, because it's changing enormously. But we also need to be open, because the future will tell what kind of reading that we actually need. And from my point of view, it will not be enough to read in a book as we have been taught for so long, hundreds of years. It will not be enough. We must learn how to navigate different texts, in different texts and between different texts and different formats in different media. So we have a huge challenge as teachers, because I know that this is not yet included in teacher education. And this is the same here in Sweden, all over.
I often tell my students, for preparing any item on the syllabus, I ask them to listen to videos, look at the PPT, and then they can decide what exactly is there. They can have an idea of that.
Yes,
item,
yeah.
so that they can prepare it and then come to the class.
Yes, I agree with you that it's important to know how to look at things around. I must say that with my students, I really want them to read the articles, because and the books, but we seldom have time, unfortunately, to read entire books in the course. But reading an article, that is a very good way to prepare yourself for research, because the research articles, they are models for what you are going to produce more or less in your dissertation, thesis, and so on. So it's extremely important. But we also need guidance there. So what I'm doing with PhD students at my university is that I have a course in academic writing, because learning how to read, to write academically is not anything you actually learn in school. It's completely different. And to do that, we go out, everyone chooses a model text, a research text, and we look at that text in detail. How is the argumentation flowing? What are the different sections that these authors have shaped? How is everything hanging together within the text, and so on and so on. And then they try themselves and they write a method section, an introduction, we criticize it, we look at how sentences are flowing, and the word choices and everything. And it's very rewarding for everyone, but it's hard work. After this course, all the PhD students, they say, I've never worked so much for a PhD course. Yeah.
So you just mentioned that on those digital books, like is reading those books for the students. So what do you think that the reading, the voice that the students listen to while getting those digital books, how was that voice impact their learning?
The voice,
Is there any like a voice that they are familiar? For example, the voice of their teachers.
Mm.
Students are familiar with them.
Yes.
And when they listen to those digital books, when they listen to books online, that is totally new voice and unfamiliar voice. So is there a difference of impact on the learning process?
It can, yes.
Regarding the
Yes,
and how does it?
yes, thank you for the question. I definitely think that can have a huge impact. Go to the Swedish streamed books market. We can see that many of the contemporary books, they are read by the authors themselves. I mean, imagine you have the impression that you sort of are in direct contact with the person who has written the book. So of course that makes you engage more with the text itself. So I think in that sense it can be very beneficial. In the other sense, if we have AI voices reading the text, they are becoming more and more natural, and that is a little bit frightening. But at the same time, it's mechanic, and reading is about being human. What did you say? No, yes, no emotions, but the machine is learning how to imitate emotions nowadays, very much. So we are in very strange times, and I couldn't predict what is going to, but I find it very exciting to explore that with you the last day, and here when we will have futures workshop.
And when the novelist reads, he includes culture.
Yes, it's a lot. Exactly, it's
effort.
And it's also interesting.
If there is a Kashmiri book, so a Kashmiri will read it. They know the culture.
Yes.
They know the background of that sentence, that expression, the background. But non-Kashmiri could be very difficult, I think, from my point of view. So that cultural aspect in language is very important to understand the meaning.
Yeah, so to get involved, this is emotional, to get engaged and motivated. I completely agree with you. But I don't know for you, in Sweden, we have had these novels that have been read on the radio for a long time. And then it's something between listening to a theater play and reading a book. So this is also very interesting how sounds get in, and we have always been reading for each other. I would like to just tell you a little bit of personal story, and I was speaking about it with some of you in one of the groups here. It's my adolescent at home. He is 15 years old, and he has recently come to reading, but his way to reading was not through books. He has read web novels. So there is a huge community with web novels. And from time to time, he has come to me, Mom, can you just transfer, I don't know, 100 Swedish crowns so that I can read this book? So it's to open it on the internet. It's not to go and buy a book in a store. It's opening on the internet. And he has started to read aloud for me because he wants me to be engaged in this story. Why is that? I mean, his mom, he's 15 years old. It's quite amazing. But it is because he tells me, you know, my friends, they are not reading, and I want you to read this book so that we can discuss it together. So what is that? It is a need from a teenager to have literary conversations. So I think this is also a central thing in education, that we design literary talks. Because young people, they need to talk about what they actually have read, and they are interested in knowing what other people have felt, experienced, and so on when reading these stories.
Else?
Yeah, I wish to ask a question. So it is a query rather a question. I wish to know your view on it. That I have recently read a couplet that perhaps now it will be told in the schools that our thumbs are the best writing tools. So do you think that the pen will be replaced totally by the digital world?
Already replaced.
Something.
Already.
It's a book will
It is already.
it's a book will be replaced? No?
Pen.
Pen.
Oh, pen. Oh. Yes. Yes.
No, I don't feel for
Well,
younger people, I don't use pen. At least for 3-4 years.
well, in,
No pen.
yes, but in Sweden we're going the other way around. So now it's mandatory to learn how to write with pen and paper. So this is something that you have to learn. But the question is, will this be necessary, as you say, in the future world? Why do we need pen and paper? If we are, because now we are in a post-digital world. And what do I mean by that? I mean that all of you here, you have your phone, you have your smartphones, you are connected in your everyday life. I mean, you don't even notice that this is digitalization. It's so integrated in your life. So it's sort of not new anymore. So it's post-digital. So what is digital today is more AI. What do we do with AI? And pen and pencil may be not so useful in the future world. I don't know.
But if you think of the times, the pen has been replaced variously. Like 50 years back, it was something else.
Yes.
Chalk. And then before that, there was something else. After that, pencil came, and this ball pen came in 1990s, 1980s. Ball pen. Before that, the nib pen was there. So pens are changing. So you can include mobile also. So where is it? Your tablet is good. This becomes pen.
Yes.
Yeah,
But this is also so important what you are saying, to show these historical transformations.
Yes.
And also when we look back, from my point of view, I don't think that teachers have been sufficiently involved in this transformation. And they have not been taught in teacher education to actually look at the transformation that are going on and look ahead also. Because a career, a teacher career, what is that? Can be 40 years. 40 years. I mean, during the last 10 years, what have we seen? We have seen a pandemic. We have seen so many wars bursting out, a geopolitical shift and AI revolution. And it's not even 10 years. So when you think about that career, I think that we really need future's perspective in teacher education.
So that's it.
Any questions from the participants?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. I just wanted to, sorry.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask you, I just request you to throw some light on this. We had a question, two questions. Who sets the literary canon? And how do we set literary canons? So can you please throw some light on this?
I didn't get.
You had, in your book lab,
Yes.
you had questions like this.
Yes.
Who sets literary canons? And
Yes.
how do we set?
Yes. How is a literary canon set?
Yeah.
Yes, I think this is. And why do I ask this question? And you can put in your answers later on also on WooClub. Because what is happening now in Sweden is that it is actually the Swedish government who is deciding about the Swedish national literary canon. So they have assigned a committee with some people. We don't know how these people have been elected. And they are working on this literary canon that will soon be published, perhaps toward the end of this year. And I find this so interesting. What do they want to achieve? Obviously, this is a political issue, and it's a question of culture, of power, and who will get a voice to decide about our culture in Sweden. And we have the impression that it is because they are nationalist in their approach. And nationalist means homogeneous, dominant culture, and that some voices will be silenced in this process.
I think you believe that the published list might be biased. Why?
It will always be biased, of course, but the question is, can you decide about a national literary canon in this way? Because a canon is something that, from my point of view, should be anchored in what people actually find aesthetically valuable, and it's not about ethnicity, it's not about language, it's about establishing what we find valuable to read. So there is also counter movement. A popular literary canon going on or is building up in Sweden, where people post all the literary works that they find interesting for a Swedish national literary canon. So that's why I wanted to know if there are debates here in India about the national literary canon and what your take is on this and what kind of purposes there can be behind a national literary canon. But when we look at the canon literature, the research, this is something that has to do with cultural transformation in the world, with what people read, what is gaining visibility, and also literary circulation and literary prizes. These things are important. So, of course, there are power struggles within this. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Ilma.
Thank you.
Okay, now we move to the concluding lecture of the day to be delivered.
For us,
Course coordinator, Professor Muhammad Rizwan Khan. In this session, Professor Khan will guide us through key reflections and insights from the course so far, tying together themes from the past 2 days and inviting thoughtful engagements from participants. So we want to invite you.
Okay. Okay. So, I was listening to the lectures the last 2 days. The third day, and I could see the concern of the speakers, what they were talking about in the lectures. We discussed about so many things with regard to education. Sorry. Okay. So Ilva was they can listen to. Okay. Can you? Am I audible? Okay, fine. So Ilva was she gave PPT with regard to problems and issues and biases. Lots of things she talked of in her first and second day lectures. Binod Mishra was also talking of communication and soft skills. And there also he talked of some issues, same issues, same type of issues, same type of biases and anxiety and all those things. So I had thought of giving a sort of lecture, a talk on recent initiatives in teacher training, which is actually very important if you want to be a successful teacher. I mean, even otherwise, you need to be very impactful in the classroom. So there are, I will talk of that soon, but before that, go to the first slide. Okay. So this is the first slide about which I talked to you while, as a comment, I told you that the purpose of teaching is not to impart knowledge. This is my basic concept of classroom or beyond classroom learning. Imparting knowledge is not important. Okay? What is the meaning of knowledge? What is the meaning of knowledge? For example, anything. I will tell you what people did at AMU. There was a time when people started teaching communicative English. It was known as functional English earlier. And that was a UGC project. And I was a coordinator of that. And we introduced writing CV, note-taking, study skills, and everything was there. And the question that was asked in the examination was, what is a CV? How is it different from resume? That type of question. And so you won't believe, I took 10 years in changing the mind of the teachers to say that ask them to make a CV rather than asking what is a CV. I'm telling you, I took 10 years in doing that. That was a tough, that was a time. There's no need of asking what is a CV. That was because it's available. And with the emergence of internet and Google and all this, it's on your fingertips. You can easily browse it. Am I right? So the basic purpose of teaching is not imparting knowledge. I have another reason also for that, because in premium institution in India, people don't teach text. There is no text. They don't teach text. They teach case studies, advertisement, application part. Okay? And this is being done in India. So that the concept of teaching the text is actually obsolete in a premium institution in India. But if you want to do that, for example, at AMU, because there is in the absence of any training to students, they will not understand what exactly are you doing. So that is why there is a need to train students also. If you go to the class and give a case study, they say that I don't have any understanding of marketing. Why are you giving a case study of marketing? First, teach me what is marketing. So I'm not talking of English only. I'm talking of any subject, any content, physics, chemistry, biology, anything. Okay? But since in India, majority of institutions, schools or colleges or universities are there in semi-urban area or rural area. Majority. Only 5% are there in urban areas. Most others are there in semi-urban area or rural area. So that is a limitation, a big limitation for us. We cannot teach case studies in such colleges. Okay? So what I think that the purpose of teaching should be create independent learners. Create independent learners. And there is a justification for that. The justification is, as I often say, that when the British came, they decided for English as a medium instruction. they needed content. So the literature available to them, that became the content. For not teaching literature, but for teaching language. Okay. So they did not introduce the whole volumes of English literature to Indians, not to enlighten them, okay, but to teach English language. As I said earlier in here, that they wanted Indians to be Indian in blood, but British in taste, and that is Macaulay. Okay, so they had they had undermined the whole education system of India, Oriental learning. So they changed two things: medium instruction and content of education. Okay. Now, I'm a student at AMU. Maybe Othello is prescribed in the syllabus. After completing the course, I was appointed in a college in Muradabad. And there, Othello is not there. Othello is not, not prescribed. So वहां पे आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि हमें क्यों नहीं पढ़ाया गया, क्या बात है? You are a teacher now. So you should be trained as independent learner. I should teach Othello in a way that if you give me Hamlet, I should be able to teach that. If you give me Lucy poems, I should handle that. If you give me Prelude, I can handle that. Any content. So that is why I said in the last, in a couple of days, 1 or 2 days back, that if you give fish, it's good for 1 time or 2 times. But if you teach fishing, that is good for your whole life. So teaching is actually good for training in fishing. So keep that in mind. So that's my first lesson to you as a part of teacher training. We consider you all to be a successful teacher in times to come. Those junior to me and freshers also. I want you to teach them, to train them. And for that training, certain aspects are there about which Ilva talked and Vinod Mishra talked. So I will be talking to you about those things also in a couple of minutes. So there is a book. Have you heard of that? Culture Vulture. Have you heard of that? So I'm not talking of that here, but I thought of reminding you that there are people who are opposed to culture also. But I'm not going to talk that. And Ilva talked of canon and world literature, folk tradition also, gender, caste, linguistic diversity. Okay, she talked of all those things. I was reminded of some cultural aspects. Which one? This one? Okay. Okay. Which one? Okay. So when I was in Oman, I was very young, and I was there in the classroom. That was the first week in Oman, and two students came and they greeted each other. Where is Musaf? Okay. So do you know how they greet? They come very close, nose on nose, forehead on forehead, and bosa le. That is their normal greeting. Two men, I said, not women. Okay. And after that, they ask khairiyat. It's very close to Kashmiri's khairiyat. Aap kaise hai, abba kaise hai? Huh? Am I right? So it's closer to that. They also have tradition in Kashmir. They will ask you many questions about khairiyat. Am I right? But this is not there in our part. So they will ask you everything one by one. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, guy, has, for everything. Yeah, they literally ask you like that. So the greeting is not completed in less than a minute, more than that. So think of that. That was happening in the classroom because that was the beginning of the session. Okay. So that was one aspect of culture. I'm saying that because we don't know where we are going to be as a teacher. Nowadays, people are going to Eastern Europe also as a teacher from AMU. This second point, that was a time, that was 1 month, 1 month has passed in Oman, and it was co-education class, co-ed. It was not like Saudi Arabia, it was co-ed. And one girl asked me, I was doing what I do here, I'm moving around in the class. So one girl asked me, so what is the meaning of single? Not married. I said, not married. Then she was shocked. She asked this question from reading the book. And the sentence was single mother. And this I'm talking of Headway series. I'm sure you know that. I gave this book to my ELT students, material presentation. There is a paragraph in which there is a paragraph in which there is a mention of single mother. So I said unmarried, but then I thought that there's some problem, so I went back and looked at the book, and I saw. So I was new, so I did not go at length about the meaning of single mother, and I just, ignored it, and I went ahead. Then, in a week's time, the head of the department called all the teachers of the English department, and they asked the teachers to check the whole book and fold those pages which has objectionable content. Objectionable content, because in the headway there are photos of sea beach and all that. So that was there, and the head was British. His name was Michael Young, but they have to take care of cultural aspects in the book. The third one is, these are all real stories. Third one, it was a national seminar, international seminar in linguistics department, and I was the discussant, who discusses. I mean, if you write a paper, I can become a discussant on your paper. So you will give you give the presentation, and then after that I will talk about your paper. So I was the discussant of a paper written by an Iranian fellow. So in his paper, he had written that a photo in some book, the photo was, there was a cat on the carpet. He said, not possible. Cats are not allowed. Mamnu in Islam. He was furious on that cute cat on a very decent carpet. So that is another limit of cultural aspects. So when I went there, I said that for him it is objectionable, but for me it is not an objection. Both of us are Muslims. So I explained on that particular point. So what I'm saying, that it is all a matter of tolerance. How tolerant are you in anything? In an error, in a photo, in greeting. You're not supposed to scold at the very outset. No. Give them some time, cut some jokes. So in that book, cat on the carpet was objected. It's not permissible in Islam. That is what he said. I said that we are also Muslims, we follow Islam, but it's not like that. So there is a variation of Islam also. Vertical variation and horizontal variation. From place to place, from time to time. Okay? So, the fourth aspect is vertical and horizontal variation in meaning. And the example is given in next bullet. That is ch sound in Assam. Assamese don't have ch. Anybody from Assam? So I had a roommate for 1 month in Lucknow. I had gone for some refresher course. He was from Assam. His name was Deka. So every day, early in the morning, when I used to get up, I used to call Deka, come here, sing a song. And I used to ask him, sing a song. Which song? चांद चुरा के लाया हूं, चल बैठे चांद के पीछे. तो वो कहता था, सांस चुरा के लाया हूं, चल बैठे सांस के पीछे. बोल ही नहीं पाता था. अच्छा, every day I was woke up by his shout. So do Sai. There was a young child who used to go around with a cup of tea. So do Sai. So I used to get up with him, and then I used to ask him to sing a song, that song, Chand Chura Ke Laya. So this is because people say phoneticians say that this is not possible because this sound is missing in their alphabet. For example, people say the Arabs they can't say Pepsi. They say, I'm Bebasi. Pepsi, Bebasi, likhte hain na, Bebasi. Okay. So one Palestinian was here. It was a joke of AMU. He went to the chairman of the English department long back, and he asked, "Sir, may I pray?" No, he asked, "So, sir, do you pray?" So he said, "How do you know?" So because he can't say pray, so he was saying pray. But later on, I realized when I went to Gulf, I saw that they speak those sounds which are missing in their alphabet. Okay? For example, G, G. Many Arabs, they will say Jiddan. Jiddan means very many. So they will not say Jiddan, they will say Giddan, G, which is missing in their alphabet, but they say Giddan. Gamal Abdul Nasir. Gamal, Egyptian. Gamal, his name is Jamal Abdul Nasir, but he is pronounced as Gamal Abdul Nasir. So, language, it's okay. You are from linguistics. Okay, they don't pronounce the sound which is not available in their alphabet, but sometimes they pronounce those sounds very frequently while it is missing in their alphabet. So language is very interesting. You need to understand that. And that has a meaning also. Because all Arabs will not say Giddan. There is a certain class. Is somebody saying Giddan? He belongs to certain region, certain class, something like that. Okay, so what am I talking? As an English teacher, you are not supposed to make fun of them. Be tolerant. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say, that there are various types of situations in a classroom, in speech variety. You are not supposed to laugh. Laugh, in a better way. It should not hurt. We were talking of that during Binod Mishra class also and Ilva class also. Okay? So these are some of the very important aspects. So that is why my contention is that you have to be tolerant for errors, linguistic bias, attitudes, behavior. For everything as a teacher, we have to be very tolerant, very tolerant. What is your take on this? Are you reminded of some example? He talked of his experience when he was 10 years back, 20 years back. So all of us have some experiences. We are given names, keeping in mind our speech variety. Hmm? Have you heard of Professor Bakra? Huh? नहीं सुना है नहीं सुना है हाँ you know it नहीं नहीं नफीस बकरा नहीं Professor Bakra you have not heard of during Bakra Eid, when people go for purchasing goats and sheep, they look at what type of bakra? Not heavy and not too much of weight, lean and thin. That is called Professor Bakra. हाँ? हाँ, मतलब उसका जो भी आप निकाल लीजिए. So, if you are speaking a good variety also, still you have a name. बहुत प्रोफेसर बन रहा है. ठीक है? So, what I'm saying that we, as a teacher in the classroom, especially when you are interacting with your students, we need to be very tolerant. So why I included this thing in my talk, because one thing, as a student, as a trainee, we always expect the teacher to give you some formula, some model, and you will try to follow that also. So I am against that. Being tolerant, you know how much tolerant, all of us have minds. Okay? All right? So giving formula is not so good. Somebody, he was there, he said that internet is not there. That's my normal practice. Then I asked, so what? What next? So you should think of next possibility, next possibility, next possibility. So that was my intention when I asked you what next, what should you do? So what I'm saying, that error tolerance is something which we know. In that situation, what exactly am I supposed to do? We know that. We all are intelligent. Are you intelligent? Yes. According to multiple intelligence, all are smart. All are intelligent. IQ is finished. So that's why I'm saying that everybody is smart. Everybody has the knowledge of. But I'm not able to understand my last point. Why miscalculation, gender bias? I'm talking of gender bias. Why miscalculation? Why not Mr. Calculation? Huh? Misunderstanding. Why not Mr. Understanding? I don't know. I have no answer for this, but I keep on asking to all of them. Huh? Sorry. Thanks for speaking today. On the third day, you are speaking. No, there is a bias in language also. And there we need to be smart enough. What class is it? Who are the students? Where are they from? You know what happened? Last semester, before last year, there was a student from Nagaland. There was a student before last year? Yes. I thought she is a foreigner. And I asked her, what country is yours? after that, till date, I'm ashamed. Yeah, because it is very problematic for them. Because we consider them as a foreigner. That was very bad on my part.
They were told.
Huh? From Nagaland. Okay. After that, I said that sorry, I'm very sorry. I kept on saying that because I didn't like that. You have to be very sensitive to one's identity. So therefore, we have to be very alert in the class, in our speech. Whatever we are speaking in the class, we have to be very, alert in the class. So there are lots of examples related to language use that since I'm teaching for 3 decades, more than 3 decades, so I have lots of examples where one needs to be careful. So these are some of the points, and some other points will be in my other slides. This I have taken what exactly happens in an actual classroom. Is it your time? Was it your classroom? Huh? Was it like this? In your time? Look at this. I means the teacher. What the teacher does? आगे बैठ जाओ. What happens in your classroom? The teacher introduces. He will do all these things. Am I right? With some variation? With some variation? Be it poem, be it literary theory, be it physics, be it mathematics, any subject. The teacher will introduce, elaborate, define, give diagram, flow chart, types, exemplify, describe, summing up. Do you think this is required? In a semester system, even if it is required, you just can't do that. Ilva was saying right now, but that she can't complete a novel because of limitation of time. Next to impossible to complete a course, a text. I remember when I was in my MA first semester, we were taught Milton's Paradise Lost. And Professor Usmani Marhum, he took 1.5 months, and a very regular teacher, very meticulous. He took more than 1.5 months in completing 10 lines of Milton's Paradise Lost. But that was yearly, annual exam. Now in semester system, not possible. You just can't do that. That is another practical aspects. But even otherwise, in annual system also, you are not supposed to do all these things. Because I was in academic staff college, and I was talking of this concept. This slide I made recently. It's not so old, but the concept is with me for at least 25 years. I am against this. But this does not come overnight. It takes time for any teacher. Okay. So I was discussing this. So one teacher, he was a teacher of geography. He said that we can't do this in geography. So I asked him, give me a topic. He gave me volcano. So I asked him to keep shut, don't speak. And I asked other participants who were from other subjects, I asked them to speak. And I asked them some questions. Volcano is from sky. They said, no, sir. From where? From Earth. Okay. What happens? Why? When? Where? Is there any place where volcanic eruption is very frequent? All these questions I asked them. And I took not more than 5 minutes for that. And then I said that now you are the teacher of geography. Consider yourself, from my point of view, you be teacher. Now you explain volcano, you give definition. They give in bits and pieces, information in bits and pieces about volcano. Now you define, because you are a teacher of geography. So he did that. So I said that this is what you should do in the classroom also. Always give some very interesting, funny statement, and the student will react. Okay. So that is very good for introducing something. I mean, that is one stat. There are various other stats for introduction. So don't go and say that I am going to teach you. No, don't use the word teach. I don't use the word teach. Don't use the word teach. Because you are a facilitator. Don't consider yourself as a teacher, because I say that in each class, there is one or two students who is better than you. This is what is my belief. In each class, I have been seeing that. He will be good in speech. He will be good in writing. He will be very good in listening comprehension. Something. So don't teach. And as I said, that all are smart. So you don't teach smart people. Okay? I didn't say sarcastically. I mean it. So you can give introduction in couple of minutes by saying something in the class. So they let them introduce, then you can define. Okay, and the definition is also, sometimes it is fixed. For example, Newton's third law, which you can't change. Okay, but if you have to define something, what is literature, you can say anything. Okay, so The diagram I have seen in schools, teachers draw a diagram on the blackboard. All of you have seen it. Is it required? You go to zoology department here also, go to botany, go to geology, go to physics, go to chemistry, they will give you a diagram. He just draws the diagram. It's not required. Those diagrams are there. And even if you want to draw a diagram for some reasons, you ask others, your students, to draw the diagram. So, what is happening in actual classroom is that teacher is doing all these things. And what about the students? And listening is nothing. Most of you are from ELT and literature. When we ask this question, rate yourself, your ability in various skills. Listening, speaking, reading, and writing. In listening and reading, they will say, I'm very good. Because you don't test them. We don't test. Listening and speaking, they'll be very good. No, listening and reading. Listening and reading, they say very good. But speaking and writing, there is, he can think that this teacher can ask me right now and write something here. So the criteria which is there, which can be tested, they are careful. But in those which is not tested, they feel free. Say anything. So they are silent listeners. With some difficulty, if you give 5 minutes, 7 minutes time towards the end, any question, 1 or 2% will speak something. And that's it. That is not the meaning of being facilitator. We say that if you allow them to ask questions, but that is not the purpose. Yeah. Okay. So in this, like, what types? Why do you give types? Why? There are 2 types of article, definite article, and everybody knows that. Who doesn't know at BA level? Or +2 level? Or high school level? Or 9th level? Or 8th level? Everybody knows that. Format of a formal letter. अब आप बता रहे हैं. No need. You understand me? So we have to distance ourselves from this practice. The third line, sweat your students, not yourself. In April and May and June and July and August, when I go out of my department, these teachers, they come. I ask them, what happened? What were you doing? They come sweating. Not her. But they come sweating. बहुत गर्मी है, बहुत गर्मी है. Why? The students are comfortable. So the classroom should be such where you sweat your students. And this is metaphorical, in metaphorical sense. So this is a normal course of practice in our classroom. You are there, you think. I said that you cannot do this thing overnight. It takes time. Okay? It takes time. But whatever is possible from the students, you ask them to do. But lecturing is very convenient for teachers. But actually we are killing the students. Okay? So that's this frame, this will improve learners' talk time. Learners' talk time. If you change variation in this pattern, if you sweat students to be engaged in the activities, learners' talk time will be improved. Okay? And teachers' talk time will decrease. Okay? So the basic purpose of teaching is not finishing the pages, but to train the students in becoming independent learner. So engage them in all these things. And that will, if you change this, that will become, the teaching will become learner-centric. 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 If you don't change, it is teacher-centric. And I'm saying time and again, whatever you are teaching, any subject, anything on this earth, I remember there was a professor here in anatomy. His name was, I forgot his name, Professor Ansari, something like that. Huh? Anatomy department, not English department. He was asked to deliver a lecture on brain in Arts Faculty Lounge. Nobody was here that time. Nobody from you was there. He came and he delivered a lecture. He came with a skull. And he discussed brain. And believe me, each one of us understood it. A doctor, the teaching style was such that everybody understood that. That is the meaning of effective teaching. Okay? And that will improve, that will convert you from teacher to facilitator. So this is something in which you need to train yourself. That today I'm going, what exactly? So for 50 minutes or 45 minutes time, you need to decide, today I'm going to the class, I will teach one aspect only. Only one aspect. And in the next class go, no, repeat something from the earlier class. And that is how you give some drill, some mental drill to students. You repeat that in the class. Take it from me. I don't believe in behavioristic philosophy. Mine is not an empty bucket. Nobody will pour you knowledge about teaching and learning. You have to think of this. And that is the purpose of teacher training. That is the purpose of teacher training. Okay? So keep it in mind that like she was talking of what classes? No, practice teaching class. So there, you can start from there. I mean, those who are in ELT, you can start from there. Okay? Or if you are giving tuitions, or if you are going to some coaching, try a bit of it. Today, I will not give the diagram. Let the student do it. See the effectiveness of that. एक को कहिए कि तुम बनाओ, फिर दूसरे को कहिए कि करेक्ट करो इसमें, फिर ये नहीं कहना कि गलत किया आप, ये नहीं कहना. Even if there is some mistake, leave it like that. Ask other to correct it. There is one more mistake. Can you correct it? 4-5 लोगों को आपने engage कर दिया उसी में. ठीक है? So it will take time. All of you are young. There is time. You should train yourself in engaging students, because what do we do in a class? This much only, not more than that. Am I right? I've just roughly listed it. Often we don't do that much also. Okay? So the idea is that you should think of doing this. I will take one slide and then after that I will close. Okay? One slide. I think ELT students have heard of this Bloom's taxonomy. Linguistics also? As a language teacher. Who has not heard of it? Heard of it? Heard of it? Can you make it bigger? A bit bigger? So there are 6 stages of Bloom's taxonomy. Starting from remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. Create innovation. Okay? Have you thought of this? Because we are not applying Bloom's taxonomy not only at AMU, but in most of the universities and colleges and schools. That is why there is a problem in learning. Most of our questions are related to, you can look at the verbs. Verbs are listed here. Look at your questions that you ask in your examinations, and that is asked by the teachers. Remember only, or understanding. Not more than that. The question that you asked, the action verb are limited to remember, understand. That's it. It's not visible from here. Are you able to understand it?
Yes, sir.
Is it a serious problem? All of you are going to spoil a generation very soon. I don't want you to spoil the generation. That is why I'm saying that try a bit. From understanding, you can take them to apply. Analyze something, a bit. It all depends on your effort. Take it from me that nobody will pour knowledge in your empty vessel. We are there to let you know. We can give examples also. कल से ये वाला लगा दीजिएगा यहाँ पर, ये चेंज कर दीजिएगा, ठीक है? ये थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे सेंट्रल पोजीशन होगा तो क्लियर. ओके, आज ही जाकर के ब्लूम्स टैक्सोनॉमी को ब्राउज कीजिए और उसमें उसके वर्क के साथ ब्राउज कीजिए और देखिए कि अभी एग्जाम का जमाना है, इंटरव्यू होगा और बहुत सारी चीजें होती हैं. What verb you can use? That will change the whole perspective. Okay. So, why did I bring this slide here, Bloom's taxonomy? Because it is an established fact that students have a washback effect. जैसा क्वेश्चन वैसी तैयार. Define, discuss, वही तैयारी. अप्लाई तो अप्लाई वाली तैयारी होगी. Create. तो create वाली तैयार हो. This is normal. Okay? Understand? Am I right? Does it happen with you also? What class are you in? What subject? PhD in English. English department. Good to see you. पहले, in my time, Net JRF में, there were 3 papers. One was like the way it is today. And for English, there were 2 papers. One was objective and the second was subjective. And subjective mein, there were series of questions starting from 40-word answer to 700-word answer. Was it like that in your 800? How much? How long? 1,000 word. Last question was 1,000 word. And you know, when I qualified, I was stuck there. Because whatever I had prepared was not there. And what is that concept? जो sympathy depth होता है उसके लिए क्या word? No. हाँ बोलो. Euthanasia. So euthanasia was there, and I wrote an answer on that. Though I didn't know much, somehow I could reach 550 words, but original. Because no question was there which I could write, and I qualified. "40 words to 1,000. After that, they finished, they limited the words, then they finished subjective, and now it is objective only. So, जो पूछोगे वही तैयार करो. यही होता है. That is called backwash effect or washback effect. Am I right, Zainab? सही है ना? हम लोग शेयर करते हैं पेपर. So, you know, what I'm saying, that how to improve our teaching, learning activities. It has to be, because there is a problem of academic bankruptcy, and it's very bad. It's good that we do research on this theory, that theory, digital humanities, blue humanities, and okay. But teaching is something different from your research. I get money for teaching. I need to justify that. Halal karna. That's and I always say this in this class, that professor should get less money and assistant professor should get more money. because they need money. We don't need money at this point of time. I'm sorry for that. They have गड्ढास. इसको भरना है, उसको भरना है, अब्बा हैं, वो हैं. हमारे टाइम में तो सब मतलब निकल लेते हैं ऐसे ऐसे करके. I'm telling you. ये पढ़ा रही है कितनी क्लास? 22 हमसे 5 क्लास ज्यादा है. लेकिन कुछ कुलीग हमारे पढ़ा रहे हैं 6 क्लास. तो एक I was recently I came to know that we get at our retirement, we get 300 leave encashment. One teacher got 30 lakh rupees for 300 days. 30 lakh leave encashment, retirement ke time. 300 days we have to save, which can be encashed at the time of retirement. So people got 30 lakh rupees for that encashment. But what about the role that you need to do the whole life? You are getting paid for that. Understand me? Am I right? So these things, so you should do something about training yourself in improving classroom teaching, as I said in the earlier slide, and implement Bloom's taxonomy with verbs. Examination is very important. I'm happy that Vibha Sharma is here. They are doing open book examination for how many years? 5 years, 6 years, since 2019. It's because of Corona that we stopped, but we were going to make it more challenging. But Corona came and my tenure finished, and that's it. So, because of washback effect, you need to improve upon examination system. अभी कुछ दिन पहले तक फॉर्मेटिव असेसमेंट पे कोई मार्क्स नहीं होता था एएमयू में, लेकिन अब तो मार्क्स होने लगा. But still, whatever, it's the policy of the department, but whatever, there is some marks. In my time, they notified sessional. I said no sessional. We will go for what is that? Formative assessment. No sessional, no written test. So we can refuse that also. So anyway, we have to correct the examination system, and automatically teaching will be corrected. I was told by many students who qualified NET and GRF in the last couple of years, since 2029, they came to me in person and they thanked me for changing the syllabi. They said that we are able to answer the questions in NET exams simply by reading the syllabus only, not reading at length, just the syllabus. So what I'm saying that let us do something to improve, teaching learning situation. Whatever you are doing, you are giving tuitions, you are going to coaching class, you are teaching your children in the house, whatever you are doing. Okay? Thank you very much. We'll talk again later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Khan, for your insightful reflections and clarity with which you tied together the learnings of the course have truly enriched us. If there are any questions from the participants, you are most welcome to ask them now.
Feel free. Training the students. This is what I need. Okay, no issues. You can ask me what I can ask you.
Well, thank you so much for such an interesting lecture. I enjoyed it thoroughly, and I do subscribe to whatever you said. And in some way or the other, try to apply all these things, and it is working for me at whatever level I'm doing it. But when I went to the teachers or school for some of my research work, there, when I was discussing these things, so they gave me this feedback that at school level, applying these things become a little difficult because of the strength of the class. There are so many children, and the children are young and they don't want. You have to try so hard to get their attention and to set them into the class. And then there is also this time bound thing, and you have to complete the syllabus also. So, what would you suggest, sir, at school level? How can we tackle this situation?
There are two kinds of teachers. One teacher who has problems to getting solutions. And there is another set who has solutions to people. To which you belong to that depends on it. Nevertheless, school education is actually prescriptive because they are children. They need to be taught that they for so, that's me. Only my son, when he went to nursery, he got a book where therefore one and therefore and different. And C for caterpillar. And D for dragon. And he used to cry. Because so that's okay. But what I'm saying, what I said very vaguely, that we need to whatever extent is possible. I remember I shared this story to many of my students when in school. Had a math teacher who used to carry 4 sticks. I mean, when he used to come to the class, he will ask her, Dr. Wants and those There was no body wall. So, yeah, so. After the class, he was very kind. He used to go into his house and he used to take his bike outside to pick a because of that. लेकिन वो करते क्या थे? वो करते ये थे कि क्लास में वो सॉल्व कराते थे तो वो खुद नहीं करते तुम अब आप कर रहे हैं ब्लैक बोर्ड पे कर रहे हैं उसमें कुछ गलती हुई पीछे तो पड़ गया ठीक है गलती को बताया नहीं कि क्या गलती है आपको लगा चोट यहाँ पे तो फिर आपको लगा कि वो सम मिस्टेक फिर उसके बाद दूसरे कहते हैं तुम करेक्ट करो तुम जाओ तो पूरे क्लास को इन्वॉल्व करो स्कूल की बात कर आई एम टॉकिंग ऑफ मैथ्स तो वही है I mean you should have a bill for doing something तो वो तो है कि भाई क्लास कंप्लीट करना है कवर करना है ये करना है कॉपी चेक करना है घर पे भी काम करते हैं वो सब का है लेकिन फिर भी उसी में थोड़ा थोड़ा कोशिश करने पे लेकिन ये आप यकीन रखिए कि जब आप when you are expert in facilitating students then you enjoy it. It does not come overnight. It comes over a period of time, and it is always experimental. इस साल में ये सही रहा, लास्ट ईयर सही नहीं था, ये भी होता। तो you can keep changing the experiments. ऐसा नहीं कि फिक्स हो गया, वो येलो पेज नहीं होगा बस, ठीक है? तो पूरा कुल मिला के लिए तो जनरल जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग है ये है कि लेक्चर इज द बेस्ट इसका रीजन ये है इसको कोई मसला ही नहीं आपको थोड़ा सा स्वेटिंग होगा बट यू आर पेड टू मेक द स्टूडेंट्स लर्न स्टूडेंट्स इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट आपको पढ़ाने का पैसा नहीं मिलता है आपको सिखाने का पैसा you are paid for making the student learn so we need to think
Any other question from the participants?
I would like to add to it. Like in some of the schools, they are incorporating all of these changes now. Like recently, I went to one school for collecting data for one paper. So that school was the kindergarten school. And there was the Montessori education that they were giving. So in that Montessori education, they were not focusing on the textbook or something, but their focus was mainly on the material. So they were having basically around more than 250 plus material, and students were allowed to go anytime to the lab and learn from that. So the conventional classroom was very much missing. They were not in the entire observation that I did over there. So in that, like it was for 1 week. So throughout that, they did not use the blackboard at once. So they are making the changes, and I also interviewed the parents. So they said that they were very happy with the mode of the method of education that they are applying, and they are not wanting any changes to be done into that. They want that they should be looking up to more classes, and they should be encouraging the student in this way. So it was a good experience there, and
I'm happy that the parents are trained that way. Otherwise, there are parents who will say that you are not teaching.
yes, so they were saying that the student is not burdened at all, and the students are learning through playing only.
I'm happy that the parents have been trained like
All of them gave the positive response to that.
So that is what I'm saying, that We need to train students also, we need to train administration also, we need to train parents, all stakeholders.
I wanted to add that we can also be a trend setter actually.
Yeah.
Because there are some schools who are not willing to change, but when we try and prove ourselves that our method has some potential and we try and do our work in such a way, we inspire some teachers and administrators too. And this has been true in my case, because when I was teaching at a school, Faraz would second this, I was called a foreign teacher, actually, a foreigner, because of my approach, maybe the way I don't know I dress differently or what. They all treated me as a foreigner because my way of dealing with everyone was very different. And yeah, I was called foreigner by students as well. And parents used to हाँ, I mean, कुछ को बुरा लगता था, पर मैंने उसको पॉजिटिवली लिया एक्चुअली। कुछ पेरेंट्स आए, उन्होंने कहा कि आपके जो इंग्लिश के टीचर हैं वो सिर्फ इंग्लिश ही बोलते हैं, तो इंग्लिश दिखाने के तो इंग्लिश बोलूंगा हर वक्त। बहरहाल मेरी प्रिंसिपल ने मेरा साथ दिया, डायरेक्ट तो नहीं किया, लेकिन कुछ टीचर्स ने देखा कि मैं जो कर रहा हूँ उसका अच्छा रिजल्ट आ रहा है, स्टूडेंट्स अंग्रेजी बोल रहे हैं, स्टूडेंट्स को खुद में लुत्फ हो रहा है, मतलब समझ रहे हैं, क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं, और दूसरी जगह जा रहे हैं तो अवार्ड्स वगैरह भी जीत के आ रहे हैं। तो एज अ ट्रेंड सेटर आई वाज फेमस, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आई वुड से। एंड दूसरे स्कूल्स ने मुझे कॉल किया और बिल्कुल पढ़ा के नहीं करूँ, डबल सैलरी पे दूसरे टीचर स्कूल में मुझे हायर किया अगले सेमेस्टर में। तो मैंने काम किया तो उसका फर्क पड़ा, और फिर जब मैं दूसरे स्कूल में गया तो मैं टीचर ट्रेनर भी बना वहां पे एक्चुअली। तो ये करने से दूसरे स्कूल में भरोसा जगा, उन्होंने सारे टीचर्स को मेरे हवाले किया, एकदम रियल एग्जाम्पल है ये मेरा। तो हम करेंगे तो फर्क आएगा। कुछ लोग हैं मेरे ख्याल में हमारे दरमियान में मौजूद जो जानते हैं कि मैंने टीचर ट्रेनिंग की है यहाँ, तो करते करते यहीं से सीखे गए। हमारे क्लासमेट्स और भी थे, GIAN से हमने भी पढ़ा है, और जो सिखाया इन्होंने उस पर जाके हमने मशक की, काम किया, उसका रिजल्ट अच्छा निकला। और पढ़ते थे हाउ पीपल लर्न, कुछ साइकोलॉजी की भी किताबें पढ़ते थे, क्योंकि सिर्फ कोर्स पढ़ेंगे हम तो काम नहीं चलेगा, कोर्स के साथ वो फोर्स भी आना चाहिए जो तब्दीली ला सकता है हमारे अंदर। तो कुछ किताबें हैं जैसे हाउ पीपल लर्न में हमने ब्लूम्स टैक्सोनॉमी तब पढ़ी थी, अपनी मर्जी से पढ़ी थी, किसी के कहने पर नहीं। तो इस तरह की किताबें भी थोड़ा सा हम देखेंगे तो फर्क आएगा। और इतना अच्छा सेशन, इतना लाइवली पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करके अगर सीखने को मिलता है, तो मैं ये कहूँगा आप सब से बतौर एक टीचर के इसको यहीं ना खत्म करें, ये आगे जाना चाहिए, इसका रिजल्ट आना चाहिए।
No, it should be carried forward, and that is why that's what I said that आपका दिमाग जो है वो वैसे नहीं, nobody will pour you knowledge, you have to learn by कुछ भी एक चीज ले लीजिए तो करना चाहिए।
शुरू में लोग हंस सकते हैं, देखिए एकदम से तैयार है, फर्क नहीं पड़ता, लेकिन आपको जब पता है कि आप सही काम कर रहे हैं तो कॉन्फिडेंस से
यहाँ यूनिवर्सिटी में तो लोग नहीं हंसे, हो सकता है स्कूल वगैरह में तो होता है। Okay, thank you very much.
There's one brief announcement. As we wrap up day 3, today's session reminded us that learning is a continuous journey, one of curiosity, growth, and purpose. Before we end, a quick announcement. There will be a 15-minute timed test for all participants to be completed before midnight tonight. It is mandatory and will count toward your certificate of participation. Thanking you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow for another enriching session. Thank you so much.
Come tomorrow by latest by 2 o'clock, because Professor Manisur Rahman Sahab will come from Delhi and he has to go back also tomorrow. So be in time, be in good number. 2.
Recording stopped.
Namaste.